Let's get everybody in here. Welcome, everyone. We invite you to come in and have a seat. We'll get started. Upstaged already? How you doing, Bully? Good to see you. All right, well, welcome, everyone, and thank you so much for coming. I do want to welcome some special guests. First and foremost, we have Michael Houlihan and Bonnie Harvey, who are the founders of Barefoot Wine. It was the #1 wine brand in the world, and they never owned a winery. You talk about entrepreneurs, they embody that. And they'll be giving the keynote address at 2. We also have signed copies of their book, and this is our gift to you. When you take a tour of the E-Center later, you can ask for one, and it says, "Keep the Spirit Alive, Hail State, Michael and Bonnie." So they were here 8 years ago, and we're so impressed that they came back to help us expand the center and to say farewell to Eric. So thank you both for being here. Everyone here has played a part in the success of the E-Center. I'm not going to be able to name every name, or it's going to sound like graduation in 3 weeks, and we'll just be here for hours. But please know that Eric and I are just humbled to have had the opportunity to work and interact with all of you, and thank you so much for that. Speaking of that, Sharon Oswald, known as the Great Enabler, she was the first to really understand and see the vision of the culture of entrepreneurship, and she had to understand that that meant disruption, pushing boundaries, and coloring outside the lines. What she didn't realize was the extent of the disruption that we would cause her while she was a dean here at the College of Business. We wouldn't be here without Dean Oswald. Thank you very much. The faculty support we have received has been critical for the E-Center. Finding the right mix of business theory and business practice can be challenging, and a lot of universities and entrepreneurship centers get it wrong. And it is the perfect balance here at Mississippi State, and that is being recognized literally around the country. So to all the faculty, we thank you so much for all you do with us. Thank you. And this extends to the dean's office as well. Eric Hester, I am lumping you in with the Grawl Group. I'm not sure what your official name is, but I'm calling you the Grawl Group. And we thank you for all your support and us running down and saying, "Hey, can we do this?" And you saying, "No." And we say, "Well, we already did it." And Shana, you saying, "Well, we'll figure it out." So anyway, thank you for that. When Dean Scott Grawl was first making the rounds talking with our stakeholders, he came to the E-Center afterwards and said he was tired of hearing about the E-Center from the stakeholders. But since his arrival, he has demonstrated not only an understanding of what makes this place special, but also a determination to preserve, nurture, and grow entrepreneurship at Mississippi State in the way that we hope it would do. So, Dean Grawl, thank you so much for that. One thing that the E-Center prides itself in, and we've had maybe 15, 20 universities come to our space, and they all love that you can ride a cool-looking space. And number one, the design that the university submitted for the original E-Center was rejected by the students. And they submitted their own design, and Dean Oswald, in another coloring outside the lines moment, said, "Let's do what the students want." And because of the uniqueness of that space, it has a culture that you're not going to find everywhere. And one of the most important things for Eric and I is to preserve that culture. And to do that, a lot of the credit goes to the student workers. They're the folks you see, the faces you interact with. They set the tone, they carry out the mission. And all the student workers, please raise your hand. Several of them are getting ready to graduate. Among those is my daughter Taylor, and I showed up at work one day and Taylor popped in to borrow money and then said, "Oh, by the way, I'm working here now." So Eric hired Taylor, and I have a chance to say in front of you all what a privilege it's been to have her and watch her grow, and how proud I am of her. Thank you. And I want to mention another of our student workers who graduated. We met him at a Shark Tank, a high school Shark Tank. He invented the Hush Puppy. He came to Mississippi State. He was a member of the famous Maroon Band. We hired him at the E-Center, and now he is the first full-time employee we have hired out of our student workers, and he'll be trying to fill in at the E-Center. It's a big task, but Garrison Walker. And lastly, I got to thank all the startup alums that returned and surprised Eric. They came out of the woodwork from all over the country, and we signed them up as judges, and Eric didn't know, and I'm going to embarrass Eric, but that's my job. It got to the point that they kept walking in, and he literally had to go in his office and compose himself. And it, to me, it makes this event feel more like a family reunion than anything else. And that's what we're trying to do at the E-Center. So if you return for Eric's, for our opening and our farewell, please raise your hand. I'll return. Look at that. Your DNA is embedded in the E-Center forever. And we are so proud of you, not just what you're accomplishing professionally, but when we interact with you as people, we are just so proud of the people you've become. So thank you so much for coming back. Let's get on with the business of the day, and we're going to start with the dedication of our new expansion. And for that, I'd like to begin by introducing, I was going to say Scott Dean. Dean Scott Grawl, help me give him.
And Eric
Fair.
over and over
Fair.
again. But seriously, I mean, I started in July 1 of this past year, and one of the things that I've done early on, and I went on the road to meet our alumni, to meet some of our key stakeholders, and one thing that I did get to hearing about over and over again was the East, and it did. I mean, it forced me into the office to say, all right, I need to learn more about this and what's going on. Not just from our donors and our alumni and some of our other key stakeholders, but across the university. One of the unique things about the E-Center is it's a magnet, not just for students here in the College of Business, but we've got students from all over campus that will come here with their ideas, looking for mentorship. And the great thing is they find it. They find it through the students who are working in the center, find it from Eric and from Jeffrey and from a fantastic advisory board. We've got investors. We've got a lot of people plugged in to helping the students succeed. One of the night, I mean, and it's, if you ever wonder, all right, do we need these centers? You know, how important is this? I've heard from multiple alumni who said, you know what? Not everybody who goes to Mississippi State because they want to go work for somebody else. We got a lot of people who come here because they want to be trained to start their own business. They want to be in business for themselves, and they want to know what it's going to take to be successful, and they find it right here in the E-Center. So thank you to everybody for the work that you put into making this happen and making it special for everybody who walks through the doors of the E-Center. And before I turn the microphone back over to Jeffrey, I do want to echo your comments. Thank you, Dr. Oswald, for going out on the limb and having the vision to make this a success and putting, I mean, we give them a hard time, but putting the right people in place to make this happen. The E-Center has had fantastic leadership since its inception. I knew I could say that eventually. They won't, I mean, they're the quickest to deflect the credit, but the credit does belong to the work that Jeffrey and Eric have done. So thank you for the work that you've put into making this a reality. We greatly appreciate it.
I got it. Thank you. One of our biggest supporters is sitting here on the front row, and I don't know what you can say about Team Wingo that hasn't been said. I've played guitar at his parties, and hung out a bit, and he has been such a supporter, and he'll just, it's amazing. He walks in and just, what do you need? Just, well, okay, we could use this. Okay, go do it. And that's his level of involvement, is he'll make the investment and trust us to carry out the mission. And we are so grateful. Thank you very much. So next speaker, usually when you introduce somebody and say, you know, someone has to say a few words, they usually get up and ramble on forever. But in the case of Dr. Kevin Rogers, he's a man of few words. You might get some eye rolls, but very few words. But I think it's telling that he wanted to come up and say a few words to you all today. So, Dr. Rogers?
Thank you for the introduction. We've already mentioned Sharon, former dean of the College of Business. About a year ago, upon her retirement, we had a group of faculty, staff, advisory board members, other alumni, and they created the Dean Sharon Oswald Excellence Endowment, and that fund supports the center. So it generates money every year to support that. And in recognition of that, as well as Sharon's being a long-standing champion for entrepreneurship at this campus, in the new expanded East Center, when you tour that, you're going to see the Oswald think tank. And so we have a space. This is meant to be a kind of immersive space for students to connect and collaborate and work on their business ideas. So you'll see that when you go in, but that's in recognition of her commitment as well as the endowment in her name. So that's a surprise. So but very well deserved. So.
All right, well, we cannot let this day pass without acknowledging Eric Hill and all that he has done. This might be the most difficult part of the ceremony here today. When Dean Oswald hired Eric as director of the East Center, he was just 24 years old, which honestly, about the same age as some of our startups. I'm not sure his voice had changed. And his leadership of the East Center has been nothing short of transformational. I'm trying to think which story to tell and which ones not to tell. Well, what I'll do, he has put us on the map. You probably already know 100 plus student startups, valuation around $65 million. None of that would have happened without Eric. We've got great kids, and you all would have found success. But Eric literally wrote the book. When I say literally, I got a call from the gentleman who was head of the Appalachian Regional Commission for Mississippi, and he told me, he said, you get in your car and you drive to the University of North Alabama now, because they're doing entrepreneurship the right way. They're killing it. You won't believe what they're doing. You've got to go see what it is. And I said, I waited for him to finish. I said, yeah. They were here last year, and we literally gave them the Venture Catalyst Playbook, literally handed the book to them and say, try what we're doing. And it put them on the map. And I think that is just a testament. And Eric wrote the book. You literally wrote the book here. So thank you so much for that. I want to share a letter from Dr. Keenum to Eric, and it says, Dear Eric, I write to congratulate you and your team on expanding the East Center. It is such a wonderful asset to our community. I also want to express my appreciation for your leadership and hard work in helping enterprising young professionals turn their ideas and commitment to excellence into successful, thriving companies. I would echo the words in your vision statement by saying that your collaborations with students and engagement with alumni friends offering advice and resources have truly made Mississippi State the startup hub of the Southeast. I continue to be impressed by the creativity of our entrepreneurs as they strive to bring the next big thing to the marketplace. Thank you for your decade of service to our beloved university. I wish you all the best as you soon begin an exciting new chapter in your life. And you sent a cowboy. Eric, come on up. You want to say anything? You want to say anything? Stop hugging me. So I'd like to close by again thanking you all for being here, and we really do want to celebrate the opening of the E-Center, but I have to tell you, Eric, your unique combination of intellect and empathy has not only taught our students a lot, I've learned a lot as well. Godspeed. All right. I think Shelby summed it up best last night when she said, they're not going to be able to fill Eric's shoes. They're going to have to make some new shoes. So, we're going to have the ribbon cutting and some tours now. First, would like the two deans, Wingo, Eric, and I over to cut the ribbon, and then we're going to get our guests up and do that and give tours. Don't forget to get your book. Angie's Catering is fantastic. Please help yourself there. Make yourselves at home. At 2 o'clock, you will hear the sage words of wisdom from Bonnie and Michael, Barefoot Wine. Good to have you here, folks.
All right. Oh, sorry. After the first, testing. After the first, I was going to give an announcement for the picture, like you told me. Yeah. Yeah.
I think what you need to do is
Test, test, test. That sounds fine now. Keeping on talking, testing, testing, not going to blow out a speaker. Cool. I don't know what that was in.
We hope you enjoyed, the tours of the
Waters
E-Center as well as the
at the
ribbon cutting.
lectern are.
Is that me? Still good? Awesome. I'm Cameron Cummings. I am one of the student workers here at the E-Center, as well as I've started my own startup through the E-Center. So I know from both ends what the E-Center can do for people. And this is.
Hey guys, I'm Cole Strankman. I am not a student here any longer. Used to be a student worker here at the E-Center actually last year, and somehow I have the honor to be able to speak and be able to welcome our beautiful speakers today. I had the pleasure to be able to meet them last night actually and hear a little bit of their story. If you do not know them, they are the co-founders of Barefoot Wine, Michael Houlihan and Bonnie Harvey. They are incredible entrepreneurs. Obviously, everyone in this room knows Barefoot Wine, especially if you're in college. And to continue their entrepreneurial spirits, there are also New York bestselling co-authors, which here's the book right here. Everyone should get one. Go into the E-Center and find yourself one as well. And to continue to give back to the community, they are helping entrepreneurs with the Barefoot Startup movement. So thank you so much for being here today. We're so grateful for everyone to be in attendance, and let's get the show on.
Okay. Thank you. We are so delighted to be here. We're coming back after about 8 years, and look what you all have done. This is fabulous. You know, Michael and I have spoken at about 60 schools internationally throughout the states that teach entrepreneurship, and what you've done here, I think, is the most beautiful example of giving entrepreneurs a real opportunity to move out there and exceed and do what it is they're looking for. So congratulations to all of you for choosing MSU E-Center. Thank you. Good choice. Well, you know, as we've spoken to a number of students, they ask us often enough, as do entrepreneurs, just give me the one thing that made Barefoot Wine so successful. And we're going to share that with you right now. The one thing, so get your pen and paper. This is important, okay, folks? What was the one thing that made Barefoot so successful?
It was multifaceted.
Multifaceted, you got that? Now go out there and use that hack and be successful, okay?
So part of multifaceted is what we call the Barefoot Spirit. And the Barefoot Spirit is really an attitude. It's an approach. It's a way of doing business. It's a style. And it weaves it through all the decisions that you make as an entrepreneur. It's how you look at people. It's also being resourceful. And it's looking at your hidden assets, which are your hidden resources, like your own people, like your suppliers, like your buyers, like your community. And so we don't have enough time today to tell you 20 years worth of experience in 20 minutes, but we're going to give you one story that weaves in 2 or 3 of those principles so that y'all can be entertained. And it does take place here in the South. So, and by the way, Barefoot really got started in the South because y'all were a whole lot cheaper to sell to than New York.
Money always is a factor, isn't it? How much investment do you have to make in order to succeed? Who's going to take a chance on you? So we really never chose to be in the wine industry. Michael and I weren't even wine drinkers when we got into it. Isn't that funny? But we had clients who were in the wine industry and grape growing. We were in Sonoma County, beautiful northern California. I had a client who was a grape grower. He was owed $300,000 from a winery that hadn't paid him. And I asked my new boyfriend over here if he could go collect those 300 large, right? So he goes to the winery and he finds out they had just declared bankruptcy. They didn't have any money. But he was good at negotiation. He negotiated to get bulk wine and bottling services. And at the time, that looked not as good as the cash, but it was all we could get. So we said, okay, I guess that's what we've got, and we'll produce the wine, we'll go out and sell it, you know, plan A, we'll sell it to the chains, and the client would be paid back. Well, the client said, I can't take on this project of a new business. He said, I'm a full-time winemaker. I'm just going to have to take the loss. $300,000, you're just going to take the loss? No, I don't think so. So Michael says, I've got an idea. And before I knew what that idea was, I'm nodding yes. Okay, let's go for it. So Michael, what was your great idea?
Well, I wanted to flip it, and I said, well, instead of us working for you, why don't you work for us? You can be our winemaker, and instead of the bankrupt winery owing you this money, you're going to get paid 3 cents on the dollar, and 2 of it's going to your lawyer. We'll pay you 100 cents on the dollar. It might take us 3 or 4 years, but we'll owe you the money. So we took over the debt, and then we had all this wine and bottling services. And we thought, okay, so now we just come up with a label, learn all about distribution, learn all about compliance, you know, deal with the state of Mississippi government and all this stuff. How hard could that be?
And how long could that take?
Yeah, right. Yeah. So ignorance is bliss.
Ignorance
right?
is indeed bliss. And as you entrepreneurs go about building your own businesses, I think you'll realize that it's probably going to be a little more complicated than you thought. 3 to 5 years, that's what we thought. Well, it took us 20. But we got through it. We started off with no money and no knowledge of the industry. Sounds like we were in trouble to start with. Oh, don't forget the $300,000 debt. There was that. We had a bookkeeper that quit when she looked at our books. She goes, you can't afford to pay me. Bye. But since then, we hired a number of good people in the staff. But when we started off, we realized, well, we'd better have an office if we're going to be in business. So we couldn't afford to go out and rent an office. It had to be in our own house. It was a farmhouse out in the country. And we thought, well, we do have some space here in our laundry room where the washer and dryer is supposed to be. It's just got plumbing there, no washer and dryer yet. That cost money, which we didn't have. So we went to the old barn that was out back, and we found a door, and we cleaned that up, and we put it on 2 sawhorses and put that where the washer and dryer was supposed to be. Okay, that was our first desk in the first office of what today is the #1 wine brand in the world. So you think you're starting small and looking for success? Hey, anything's possible, right? So then we had to design the label, we had to go to compliance, had to design the package, and we had to make sales. So I sent my boyfriend out again to make some sales.
So I went to the largest wine buyer in the state of California, and I think he had about 300 stores at the time. And I said, look, we got all this wine, we got all this bottling services, just tell me what you want. He said, wow, he says, nobody's ever asked me what I wanted. You know, they just come in here with programming and labels already designed, and, you know, they're hitting me up with features and benefits. And, you know, you come in here and you ask me what I want, well, I'm going to tell you. So he tells me, and I write it all down. I can hardly understand it. I have to, you know, get it translated and whatnot because he's speaking in a jargon that I'm not aware of. And so I take it back to Bonnie and I said, you know, what he says is he says he wants to have the name the same as the logo so she can see it from 4 feet away when she's pushing her cart down the grocery store. She, okay, so that meant female audience. He's also given me the keys to the kingdom because now he's told me how I can gain access to market. He's telling me this is where I got the hole. This is where you can come in here. He also said, you know, on the way out, he says, oh, and one more thing. He says, put it in a pig. And I'm going, sure. You know, I'm writing pig. I'm going, what the heck is a pig? Okay, so a pig is a 1.5 liter Magnum bottle, right? It's twice the size of the 755th that we see as wine bottles. So this is a big bottle of wine. So he's got it, You know, we had never thought of this. What if we hadn't asked? What if we had created our product and then went in and tried to sell it? So he gave us the keys to the kingdom. So Bonnie does her magic, right? And so that was a resource, a buyer. So now
That
another
was our
resource.
first big lesson. Ask your buyer what your buyer wants. Rather than being a salesperson, be an assistant buyer. Stand next to that buyer, whoever that is, and look about the environment. What does that buyer need? How do you supply that buyer's needs? And that way you're not pushing what you've got on that buyer, but you are discovering how what you have satisfies the buyer's needs. Big lesson. So we went about designing the label, designing the package, and when we were designing the package, I'm thinking, I don't know anything about the wine industry. How am I going to design a package? So I went out and looked at a few, wine aisles. It just looked like pizza out there. All these different labels. It was so confusing. And I said, I've got to create a label and a package that's going to stand out so she can see it when she goes down the aisle. Okay, well, there's glass, there's corks, there's foils. I turned into the yellow pages, which was my asset at the time for doing research. It was a few years ago, okay? I started calling suppliers. Nobody would answer my questions because there were just too many questions and they didn't have time for me. I did have a glass company that also supplied corks and foils. They were family owned and local, and they answered my questions. I found out that glass comes in more than one size, more than one color and shape, and there's even certain colors and shapes that are being used in the industry for different varietals. Oh boy, this was all news to me. And then he started asking me about the licenses I had. Of course, I said, what licenses? What do I need? And I was informed about where to go, what licenses I need, what I had to deal with. I went about getting all the compliance that was required. We continued doing business with California Glass for many, many years because they were responsive to my needs. And I realized that as we grow, we were going to be needing more supplies and they were going to grow. So when we started our business and we're carrying on with our goals and our challenges and our opportunities, we had a quarterly meeting with Cal Glass, and we told them that this is where we're going. This is how you can help us out. This is, what we want to be doing together so we can work together. They were a strategic ally, okay? And there was a time, and all you entrepreneurs are likely to face this yourself, I couldn't pay my bills on time. It's the worst feeling in the world. So I called up California Glass and I said, I know that we owe you $30,000 in 3 weeks, and I got to tell you, I'm not going to be able to pay my bill on time. And I know that you're relying on my check to pay your own payables. So I have to give you a heads up. But I assure you, in 5 weeks, I'm going to get a check and it's going to you. And another 2 weeks after that, I get another big check and I'll be able to pay it off. But it won't be paid in the 3 weeks when it's due. And he said, nobody has ever called me before they were late on their payment. And he said, I really appreciate that. I usually have to call these people. I call them a beg pay. I've got to call up and beg them to pay me what they owe me. He goes, I wish I had more customers like you. And he said, don't worry about being late. I know what your plans are because you've kept me informed all along. I kind of feel like a partner with you. He said, there won't be any late charges. He said, in fact, I'm going to extend your credit. You're going to extend my credit. That's how I got my credit extended when I was late on my payment. It's communication. It's relationships. It's realizing where your assets are, where your resources are, who wins if you win. And it's working with your community. But I've kind of gotten ahead in my story. So we're going to go backwards now to
Well-
back to the more close to beginning.
So we go back to the buyer who told us what he wanted, and I go into his office and I feel like a kid with straight A's in front of his dad. And I put these 2 bottles down on his desk and I said, there, everything you asked for. Look, it's got a name that's the same as the logo. You can see it from 4 feet away, and it's in a pig. And he looks at it, he goes, hey. He says, well, that's great. He says, but I can't buy this. He says, nobody's going to touch this. He says, you going to spend any money on advertising? I said, we don't have any money for advertising. He says, oh no. He says, you got to spend $1 million in advertising. I'm not going to put this in my stores unless there's a big advertising campaign behind this. And so I said, well, you know, what am I going to do? We bottled it all up for you. He says, I don't know. He says, I guess you got to sell every mama, papa, and every corner grocery store until Barefoot becomes a household name, because the chains won't take something that hasn't been proven.
So much for plan A.
So we start selling the little guys. The little guys say the same thing. Are you going to advertise this? No, we're not, but you know, trust us, you know. So we put it in those little stores in San Francisco, and it doesn't move. It doesn't move for like 2 or 3 months. One day I get a call from a guy in a neighborhood association in San Francisco. He says, all I need is $50,000. I said, really? He says, yeah, we're building the kids after school park, and all I need is $50,000 for swings and slides, sandboxes. And you know, you're a big wealthy wine guy, you know, write me a check. I said, yeah, I can't do that. I said, I don't have any money, but I'll tell you what, I do have wine. So I'll give you wine for your fundraiser. And, you know, I'm sorry, but it's the best I could do. So we gave him wine for the fundraiser, never heard from him again. We get the report at the end of the month, sales in his neighborhood are through the roof, okay? Why? Because we stumbled onto something that was actually more effective than commercial advertising. We called it worthy cause marketing. It's not really worthy, it's not really cause marketing, which is, hi, I'm bragging about supporting this group. It's more like you join the group, you become part of the group, and then you do some things for the group that they can't do, like you take their goals and whatnot, put them on your product in the supermarket, and access that entire audience that they can't. And you do other things for them. You know, you write little notes in their blogs, and you know, you make sure that your name is up on the wall and all this stuff. So the members of this nonprofit neighborhood association now had a social reason to advocate our product. You can just buy it. They told everybody about it. And so we tried it in another neighborhood, bam. Tried another neighborhood, bam. So then as fast forward, we're traveling across the United States, and we get to a point where we are trying to get into Publix down in Florida. And they got like 650 stores, you know, in the state, and then they got another 300 outside. So it's a big deal for us. And they're doing a test market. Boy, if we don't make the sales in a certain amount of time, you know, they're going to discontinue us. Well, there was a group in California, one of those nonprofits that we supported called the Surfrider Foundation. These are people that were basically surfers in college, but then they all grew up and became lawyers and, you know, biologists and whatnot. And they still surfed every day, but they didn't like the idea that the ocean was dirty and that the beaches were dirty. So they organized all these cleanups and they did things to clean it up. So we supported them. And by the time we got to Florida, they had 2 or 3 chapters in Florida. And so we went to them and we said, hey, you know, we've got this test down here. We've got to sell 300 cases in 3 months in 30 stores or we're out forever. Can you help us? By the way, if we do pass, we're going to have a warehouse down here and we're going to support you the way we do out in California. Mm-hmm. They all showed up. They all showed up and they helped us, okay? A hidden asset. So here we are, because we support the Surfrider Foundation, they support us in a test market. Mm-hmm. We were able to bring people in the door who already knew about our product without advertising and, you know, had a social reason to buy our product. So that's one of the messages that we have for you today. But we ran into a lot of problems. In Florida, they put us on the bottom shelf, right? So what do we do about that?
We had monthly meetings with our own staff. And the salespeople would come in remotely, and they would say what their challenges were, their goals, their opportunities. So one thing was our public's opportunity. It was a trial, and that was the opportunity. The challenge was they put us on the bottom shelf. Anybody that understands retail knows that's the last place you want to be, on the bottom shelf. Nobody looks there. Eye level is where you want your product. So how are we going to pass this test on the bottom shelf? And we had everyone in our sales support team, just everybody who's not in sales, at this meeting, and our salespeople calling in. So we said, how are we going to get their attention on the bottom shelf? And somebody says, well, we can pick up the foot traffic. Ah, ha, 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 everybody laughed, that's fun. So somebody else said, well, I'll tell you what if we had these big decals with a big red foot on it, and we put them on the floor and walked them in right from the front door, excuse me, when they enter, and walk them through the store into the wine aisle, and then they turn and face the wine shelf, and they say, this is the end? What am I doing here? And they look down because they want to make sure those are the last footprints where they're supposed to be. And we've got the big sign that says Barefoot with an arrow on it. Okay? So we got them smiling, we got them laughing. You've got them smiling and laughing. You've got them halfway to buying. So they would pick up the bottle and put it in their cart. And that, along with the surf riders, is how we passed that first trial. Oh, we passed. That was our goal. We succeeded. Yay. Well, now we had another challenge. We had to bottle up for all 635 Publix in Florida. How are we going to do that? Well, I called Cal Glass again. Remember that ally that's working with us? And I told them this opportunity that we had and how we saw that we were going to get the product, the bottling supplies that they were going to give us, and sell it, and it was all going to be before we could give them any payment at all. Because of our relationship, they extended our credit again, they gave us good terms, and they did some other special favors for us, again, because we were working together. So that is just one story of success that involves a lot of different facets, multifaceted. You see how it all works together? And how you're treating other people, like putting yourself in their shoes, and how would they like it, and what do you have to give to them, what do they have they can offer us. The nonprofits that we were working with, and we continued as we grew throughout the nation, they already had a following. Barefoot didn't have a following. Nobody knew about us to start with. Of course, we were brand new, but we got the nonprofits following to support us, because we supported them. So that was an excellent lesson for us to learn. And we learned it so well that even when we did become successful and eventually made a profit, we didn't have paid advertising. We grew to one of the largest wine brands in the nation by supporting nonprofits and not having a paid advertising budget.
So the Barefoot Spirit is really about your hidden assets and utilizing them, creating strategic alliances. And that includes the community, number one. It also includes your suppliers. And in this story, you see how our supplier became an investor in our company. And if you don't know who your key ally is, just look at your accounts payable. The guy that gets the biggest check is your ally. See? Then the next group is your employees. You got to treat your employees with respect. So as Bonnie said in her story, we asked our employees, what do you guys think about this? And they came up with the idea of the decal feet. Well, that idea came from a 75-year-old receptionist.
Yeah.
Now, if we followed the typical commercial idea of need to know, we wouldn't have said, oh, we've got these commercial problems down in Florida. But no, we believed in know the need. We just flipped it over. It's not need to know, it's know the need. If they know the need, they're more likely to help you. So this idea comes from our own people. We use it all over the country. Some of those stickers are still out there. They're very hard to get up.
Yeah, they are.
They've been waxed over.
Oh, but now we hear the supermarkets are charging for floor space. What
They
a
figured it
concept.
out. So anyway, that's our story, and we're sticking to it.
Thank you. We have some Q&A.
Yeah, if we do have time for a couple of questions, if anyone has one. I want to thank y'all. This has just been great. Although we did stay out too late last night, and we blame you for that.
Well, thank you.
So, can I tell them?
No.
Just say we were out late last night, and he was a ringleader. And I look back, and I'm trying to get home. Donna, you'd left hours ago. And he's at the bar taking selfies. Everybody wanted a selfie with them. So it's like, come on, we got to go. So anyway, again, thank you. Do we have any questions?
Gentleman over here. Good question. Well, Bonnie and I were both business consultants, and she was more on the office oversight side of things. Like how your books are organized and how your office is organized and policing your outsourced work. And that helped us a lot later because we realized you can outsource everything except for quality control, sales, and accounting. Those three things you got to keep in-house, but somebody out there will do the rest, especially if you have good relationships. And then myself, I had a kind of a mini career with the federal government, so I knew a lot about corporate mentality. I knew, how to get things done in big companies. I knew about corporate politics, and so that helped me a lot going through these big chain stores. But it also was really helpful for both of us because we were students. You're students now, and you graduate, but you never stop being a student when you're an entrepreneur. You're always learning. If you're not learning, you're going to fail, see, because things keep changing. So the question is, don't make a mistake right. Write it down, okay? Write down the mistake. Write down what your misconception was. Write down what documents need to be changed. I don't care if it's a job description, a checklist, it could be a sign on the wall that says duck, right? So you don't hit your head. But I mean, don't let a perfectly good mistake go away. See, don't waste one. So, so thanks for asking. That's a really good question.
Yes, Madison.
One of the things that Don Brown, the buyer for Lucky's, told us was that the name had to be the same as the logo. Because names in that pizza, you're going to forget, which is the wine aisle. You're going to forget what brand it is you're looking for, what it looked like, okay? But there's only one out there with a big foot on it, okay? It's easy to recognize. Well, you recognize the foot, but maybe you forgot the name. No, you didn't. The name is the same as the logo. And feet were what was used to crush grapes some time ago. So that's how it related to wine. And so again, it goes back to the information that we got when we asked the question, what do you want? And we supplied the answer with a big foot on the label. Thank you.
And the other thing I want to add to that is that when you're barefoot, you are in a kind of a recreational mode. You're relaxed. It's hard to be uptight when you're barefoot, see. And the wine industry was very full of themselves when we got into business. It was very stodgy. Everything was in French, and we were kowtowing to these xenophiles, and it was all about sniff, swirl, sip, say some French terms, talk about mid notes. I'm getting mid notes. We're going, come on, you guys.
I just want a glass of wine.
And also they didn't realize that the majority of the buyers in their own supermarkets, 78% were women. They weren't men, but in those days, the men were all the supermarket buyers.
Right.
So for us to design a product specifically for women, we had to say, well, what do they want? Well, they want consistency, they want price, they want availability. And availability was the biggest challenge we faced. The biggest challenge you all face is how do you keep your product on the shelf? You're going to rely on other people to do it. How do you police them? In our case, we did the other guy's job, right? Mm-hmm. We thanked him for it. We didn't tick him off, and then we wrote a nice letter to his boss. See, but did you notice we did his job? So I know you might get into the situation like, you mean I got to get down on my hands and knees at Publix number 695 in Tallahassee, and it's 85 degrees and 90% humidity, and I got to be pricing items? I'm the CEO of this company.
That's what he did.
That's what I did.
What he did to make a sale.
Yeah. So
be prepared to do everybody else's job. Because if you don't know what you're expecting them to do and what it takes them to do it, then how are you going to get the job done? You got to know everybody's job.
I was just going to say, you don't even know what the job is.
Yeah.
See, you jump in the English Channel, you're not going to swim halfway across, get tired, and swim back. See, so you better learn how to swim.
So we are coming up against our competition. If you do have other questions, they will be around. They're going to help judge along with the Dean Oswald. I do want you all to close with a comment that I thought was particularly relevant for our entrepreneurs, because you always hear the cliche, chase your dreams,
yes.
But you don't put it that way. You say, chase your opportunities. So could we close with that?
Well, they tell us throughout our life, to follow your passion, see. But as you can tell, we followed our opportunity passionately, see. So opportunities present themselves to you more often than your ideal passion. And so you've got to be a little bit flexible here. There's ways to bring in your own passion. Bonnie and I, we're conservationists. We want to save what's rest of the planet, and, we want to clean up the beaches and all that stuff, Well, we didn't give that up. We just used that as an advertising program. And it worked because those people all bought our products. So with that, all I got to say is good luck. This is really fantastic. And thanks for having us here.
And follow your passion.
Yes.
Follow your opportunity passionately.
All right, there you go. Bonnie.
Yes? Oh, the photo, of course.
Turn it off.
folks, thanks for joining for our final competition. We're going to just do some slight logistics changes, and we'll get started in about 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Okay, folks, welcome. Glad to have everyone here. I'm happy to welcome you to the grand finale of what has been one of the most incredible startup summits we've had at Mississippi State. It's been an amazing week of fabulous presenters. It's nice to get to talk to you. As Jeffrey was saying so many nice things about me, I was just hoping he wasn't going to lose it, because then I was going to lose it and it was going to be awkward for everyone. So thankfully he kept it together. So it's an honor to be here with all of you teams. I shared at the opening remarks here that in 2014, when Dean Oswald trusted me to try to make this program grow and do something more, that we had 27 teams that year, the entire year in the center. We had some amazing people that were starting something great and that had built some great things. This week, in 1 week, we've had 55 teams apply. So it's been an amazing growth in just the number of entrepreneurs that have started working on projects. And that's what makes it fun. We have some folks here who were there from that time. I actually was asking Nate Baker, who I think was maybe student worker number 2 or 3 at the time. He was here when Bonnie and Michael spoke the first time. And then, of course, when I joined, Mr. Parker Stewart, who's here now and off leading a great company, Parker was really the guy that was the center of everything entrepreneurship going on here. And without his support and support over the years, too, we wouldn't be where we are. And this is the problem when you start calling out people, because then you forget folks. So I'll stop there. But I just want to say that it's been amazing to see the effort and growth of entrepreneurs that are doing great things. When you look at the competitors here, this represents the selected 8 from the divisions of the week. So you're seeing just a snapshot, but hopefully they represent some of the best students that we've had here. So as you read through the program and you hear their presentations, I think you're going to be really impressed. So throughout the week, we've awarded approximately $40,000 will have been given out. Today's competition, our first place is $7,000, second place $3,000, third place $1,000. And you all, the audience, don't forget, in your program, you will also vote for a $500 prize for the team that you think is the best. That would not happen without some amazing sponsors. It just doesn't. So if you look at the front of your program, you will see many businesses listed. If you see one of these businesses or organizations and you run in them into the wild, so to speak, please tell them thank you on behalf of Mississippi State's entrepreneurs, because it wouldn't happen without them. And he's not going to be happy, but I'm seeing him right in front of me. Mr. RJ Reed has been one of those instrumental people that has supported this particular program over the 10 years I've been here. Thank you, RJ. RJ's an amazing entrepreneur himself. He has given his time through judging and everything else, but more importantly than all of that, his heart has always been for the students. It's been part of why I've wanted to continue this job for that time. Thank you. Okay, judging. You have met Bonnie and Michael and heard their amazing story. We use their book in our class for entrepreneurship for obvious reasons. And so those of you who are students that have been required to read their book, although it probably didn't feel like a requirement. I know you've enjoyed their insights and we've enjoyed them as well. And then of course, the third judge is I don't even have the words to say how much Sharon Oswald means to me and means to entrepreneurship, because she is one of those names that if she hadn't been in the picture, it wouldn't simply be here. Sharon's leadership of putting together the team, letting us run into walls and do crazy things, but also if you've never worked in a university, you just have no idea how much it takes to support a program and let it grow and to be what it is. This place wouldn't be here without her. That opening wouldn't have happened without her, and I wouldn't have a career without her. Thank you, Sharon. All right, and my final comment, because I really need to shut up at this point, is the most important thank you of all is to the entrepreneurs. You all give us purpose. You give the university a meaning to have a program, And more importantly, you inspire the world. You change the world in what you do. And it's really, really hard. Ryan gave a talk yesterday and he made an amazing comment. He said 100,000 things have to go right for a startup to succeed, but it happens every day. I love that comment because it's the inspiration, but also it's why we respect you and thank you for showing up every day and doing the hard work you do. So congratulations to you all on your success, regardless of what happens in the outcome of today. You need to just go win in the market because that's the only game that matters in this. Go get customers, have them pay you, grow your business, employ people, and have a good life. That's the whole goal. So thank you for being here and for being an inspiration to your future generation out there. And then, of course, last comment, my amazing team. You know, we have, I think, one of the most successful components of the MSU entrepreneurship program over the years has been its focus on having Mississippi State students driving the programs. My team will be the first to say, they'll come into my office and say, hey, I'm thinking about this or this. What do you think? And I'll say, I don't know, whatever you want. It sounds great. That's the default answer in the center. It's the default answer that's been there for 10 years. And I think in large part, that's why students show up here. So if you are on our current eCenter team, could you please stand up for a moment? Yeah, and be grumpy at me. And if y'all would stay standing for just a moment, I think just to underscore this point I'm making, if you ever at one point worked for the Entrepreneurship Center, can you also stand? There you go. It's a movement. We've started a movement. The movement started well before my time here. It started 10 years prior with a lot of people that bought into it. My hope is that at this juncture in time, this entrepreneurship looks better than ever at Mississippi State. So please, all of you, keep the movement alive, keep it growing. I look forward to supporting that. And we're going to add, hopefully, 8 more great companies to that trajectory. Ethan's going to take it away. Thank you all.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ethan Fowler, student worker here at the Entrepreneurship Center, and it's my pleasure to moderate the grand finale of the 2024 Startup Summit. Now, please give a round of applause for Eric. One last one. Without further ado, let's get into it. Judges, are you ready? Contestants, are we ready? And crowd, are we ready? All right. Our first contestant of the night is Happy Platter.
Oh. Hey y'all, I'm Grayson Henry.
And I'm Susanna Case.
And we are Happy Platter. So Happy Platter is a small business that is devoted to making celebrations better through custom bottle labels, buttons, stickers, and more. Whether you're a fan, a grad, or a bride, or just even the party planner, we want to make this event more special and personal to you.
So as far as our problem, why ruin a fun event by the stress of trying to make it perfect? So we're 2 people, we love to party plan, and we love to put that extra special touch into any events, game days, parties, and other things like that. But we understand that many people either don't have the resources, time, or energy to do so as well. So we're here to try to work with our customers to make that happen.
So our solution is that we want to make this personalized event hassle-free and catered to you in the most efficient way that we can. We like to do everything that very tailored to our customers. We want to make it a very personal, connect with who we're talking to, and just kind of make this something that is what they love and what their vision coming to life.
Okay, so here we have a little 5-step process. So say you guys were interested in buying something from us. This is how we currently operate. So you would message us through our Instagram page. We love to do that because it's really easy to see products that are posted, say, I like this, I want this. So first you're going to tell us a little bit about the product that you want. Hi, my best friend is getting engaged and I want to make a custom champagne label for her engagement to celebrate. Her favorite color is blue. What can you do? So within 24 hours, we will come back to you with a few design ups. And from there, we'll so it's a very open communication with our clients. What do you like? What do you dislike? And then within 2 days, we'll have that ready, and we offer pickup as well as shipping.
So right here is just kind of a layout, kind of a broad layout of our financials and how we've been pricing each product. So these are our most popular products, our labels, our 48 pack of stickers, buttons, and banners, kind of everything to make your party. And then I wrote down what we charge and then how much each product is going to cost us. While we do like to keep all of our products at least a 50% margin, the buttons and the banner, they're going to take a little bit more time and effort from us. So this is not including the time. This is only including like the products that it takes to make each thing. And so putting in like our time and our creative expertise is kind of where these numbers have come from.
So when we think about the target customer, we don't think of one person specifically. Of course, we started in a college town, but our target customer is a family member, a friend, a teammate, right? Everyone in their life has someone they want to celebrate, and that's how we do it. As far as our sales and marketing, we do it all through social media at the time, through Instagram. We really, like I said, it's a great way to get products out there, post updates, new products. Here's some stuff we're doing for others, and message us if you want something, right?
So this is kind of my favorite slide because these are our customers that we are very proud that we have sold to. So our first big order was through the MSU equestrian team. We made them buttons for a show that they had. And then we started getting a little bit more recognition. We did supporters for the Orioles, UNC, MSU. During football season, we did a really big bulk order to Carlico, a local boutique. If you're familiar with the Toast, a popular podcast, we sold to 17 different states buttons from their podcast. And then recently we were on the Today Show on the Hoda and Jenna segment on Tuesday, and they of our wine labels that we had made. And we just did this all through networking, kind of getting our name out and made it onto the screen.
So lastly, our competitive advantage. We realize that we are not the first people to create buttons, labels, and fun party favors, right? But we will say that our other competitors are mostly found online, such as websites as Etsy and other bigger companies that do this. But the communication is a little less, you're not getting that face-to-face or on message, right? To people who really want to see your vision through. We working with the customers and not just giving them something, right? We want to see we want to make happen what you want to see. So yeah, we know that a lot of our customers, they all started off as college students. So we also try to keep that price as low as possible while giving them the best quality goods. But that's a little bit about Happy Platter. Thank you guys so much for listening. And if you have any questions, feel free to answer any.
So you said you got on the Today Show. How did you go about? You said through networking. What did you do?
So funny enough, we know of someone that goes to Mississippi State whose mom is a regular chef and cook on the Today Show. So her mom reached out. She told her what we did, and she said, "Oh, I'd love to do that for Hoda and Jenna." And so she made it happen. So it was a really like word of mouth, kind of like how you guys said, like advertising is also a big, huge deal, but really just getting your name out there and talking to people is just as big of a deal.
So I appreciate the personalized nature of what you're doing. Now, at first, you guys are going to be the ones who talk directly with the customer through social or some other media and determine what it is that you can do for them. Is that correct? But now, as you begin to scale, are you going to put on more people that do what you do, and how are you going to do that?
So we do like to make it personal for now, but we've also done things for like making a more of a large order that fits to one event. So for example, when we did game day buttons, yes, it wasn't technically a customer could order through us. They could if they were interested. But a lot of it, we knew we had a large fan base for Mississippi State. So we tried to make a button that we thought would fit kind of our main customer base. Like we knew it was a lot of college students. Right now, bright colors are really trendy. And so we wanted to put that on a button. And when we sold that, we found that those sold really well.
And also, as far as scalability and the customized products, we hope that with the prize money we've already won in future endeavors, we want to expand and make a website that feels personal still, like the message box, message us what you want, trying to make it feel bigger, or get out to other schools and get out to other states, because a lot of the times, a lot of our networking is all through Mississippi State.
Thank you.
Talking about financing, what kind of funds do you have now to get going? And how do you see getting financing in the future, or will it be cash flow?
So right now it's been cash flow, right? The beginning of a small business, it's like the orders you take are what you then go and buy more things with, right? But thanks to this week, we got a good chunk of change that can help us grow in our small endeavors right now. But as far as the future, I think just really networking, like I said, and finding people who want to invest in us, I think is a big deal as well. So I feel like that's kind of where we're going in the future. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Is it good now? Yeah. All right. Excellent job. Happy Platter. So a little bit more how this is going to work. The judges are going to fill out their sheets. We're going to bring up the next group. And then when they're done, we'll be able to get started on the next one. So bring it on up. Kinetic Force.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much for being here. We are facing an epidemic in this country, but it's probably not one that you're thinking of. Over the past 20 years, we've seen a dramatic rise in the number of injuries among our youth athletes. Specifically in baseball and softball, we've seen over a 290% increase in the number of Tommy John surgeries being conducted on athletes age 11 through 20. James Chalmers, and together with Jacob Hurwitz, we co-founded Kinetic Force to empower our coaches and athletes to take control of their training, performance, and to help mitigate injuries. The good news is this problem is not without hope. Research has shown over a 50% decrease in the risk of injuries with implementing appropriate strengthening exercises. Our solution to this problem is simple. A resistance trainer that you can fit in your backpack, take with you to any away game, and can be mounted on surfaces at most athletic facilities. It uses a simple cable motion to provide up to 75 pounds of variable resistance force, and through connecting to a simple app on your device, shows key performance insights. So you can see on the TV here a basic rendering of what this, we hope our prototype will look like. You have the cable box itself that will attach to a fence or a pole or someplace in an athletic facility. The cable that, the retractive cable that provides the resistance, and then a handle that you could swap out for any style. Seen here is the dashboard that a coach or an athlete will be able to see on their device while conducting a training session. So along the top, we have some of the major highlights that a coach would care about during one of these sessions, a force output that, or a graph that shows force output over time. On the right, some history, so some previous training sessions conducted by athletes. And then at the bottom, coach will be able to see some trends over time. So for instance, that they could see this athlete has their peak force is trending up. So we are still in the development phase. We're working on our prototype. Very excited to get to use some of the funds from earlier this week to help finalize that. But we're utilizing our professional relationships with coaches all across the country to help guide this development and to set the stage for our future market. We have connections with teams in the NFL, the NBA, the NHL, the MLB, and collegiate teams. To name a few, we know some of the strength and conditioning coaches at the Los Angeles Clippers, the Charlotte Hornets, the Houston Texans, along with obviously all of our coaches here at Mississippi State. And so that's the way that our product initially came about. We have these relationships, work in the sports science industry, and so we were talking with coaches, and they said, "Hey, we have all this technology available at home, but then we go on an away game, and we can't just pick up and carry our weight racks with us to a different state." And so, by providing this sort of resistance trainer device, they're able to have a lot of the advantages of these home sports science labs in an away game. And so our goal is to use these relationships to help guide our future market. So once we have our customer product ready, we're going to start continue to reach out, try to get these implemented at this professional and collegiate level. And once we've seen success there, the goal is to then use some of those collegiate and professional players to help market our product, social media, on our website. And then the long-term goal is to branch out into the youth athletics industry. There's a lot of money to be made there. So many more middle and high school teams than we have collegiate teams. So again, we are still in the prototype development phase, so this is an estimate. But based on where we see kind of current market competition, we're targeting a $450 price point, which is actually on the low end for a device like this. We believe that we can build it for around $175, which would leave us with about a 60% gross profit margin. There is also potential for down the road in the future, especially as we branch into the youth athletics industry, adding a subscription service that provides education and some additional things like that. I mentioned a little bit earlier, but there are some devices that provide some of these aspects out in the market. There's ones at a very similar price point, and all it is portable resistance training. And so you get none of these insights and none of this performance data that coaches really care about to help their athletes' performance. On the other end of the spectrum, you have $16,000 cable boxes that provide everything you could ever want, but that's not even accessible to most of our collegiate teams. And so by meeting the need at this lower end price point of a portable resistance trainer that also provides all of this performance data, we're really excited to be able to enter that market and to help empower our coaches and athletes for the future. So thank you guys so much. My name is James Chalmers. This is Kinetic Force. Would love to hear what questions y'all have.
And I'd like to know the size and the weight of
Yes,
your
ma'am.
product?
So I can't tell you officially because we haven't finished building it. The goal is for it to be able to fit in a backpack. So somewhere around an 8x8, 6x10 inch frame. Due to the nature of the mechanism, it shouldn't weigh any more than about 10 pounds, 15 pounds. It's one of the advantages is you're not carrying 45-pound dumbbell to get 45 pounds of weight. So, yes, ma'am.
So I take it this is to build up strength to avoid those kind of injuries, or to be better prepared for the potential of those injuries. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. So it has use both in a recovery aspect of your athletic trainer or your coach to be able to track your performance in recovering from an injury. And then also before injuries, by having this sort of performance tracking, a coach could see if you are starting to show a weakness in an arm or in a leg or something like that. And that would be an indicator of injury, and they would be able to start getting rest earlier and just be more aware of it. So the goal is to do sort of mitigate it on the front end and not just be responsive after the fact.
Great.
Yes, sir.
So how many would you expect to sell to a given team?
For most of our professional and collegiate teams, we would usually want at least 2, so they could have multiple athletes going on at a time, or if they were doing a special testing session, they'd be able to have 1 for each arm and get that individual data. Once we get into youth sports, I think having 1 would be enough for most of the data that those coaches would actually require.
Where do you see yourself manufacturing these devices?
Honestly, I'm not sure. That's one of the things that as we, I'm not going to make up an answer for you guys. As we finish development and can move forward in this process, I really want to, start using a lot of those relationships to. We have some relationships with some of the sports science companies that are out there producing some devices to try to follow that thread and see where we would be able to. But the goal is to be able to make it affordable, and so we'll be looking for that.
So how large do you think your market really is? I could see collegiate or even high school getting into the youth sports. Do you think there's much of a market there?
Yes, ma'am. Parents pay a lot of money to try to help their kids succeed. And so I think, especially with the rise in injuries that we've seen, I think especially at this higher level athlete, so think travel team, high school, I don't think it's one of the reasons that we want to market more to coaches than just to parents, because a parent might not pay $400 just for their 1 child, but a coach that could pay that to use for 20 different athletes over a season. I think there's a really good price per athlete benefit there. Thank you guys so much.
Great job, Kinetic Force. Up next, we have 505 Curated Vintage.
Good afternoon. My name is Dean Jones. I'm currently a sophomore here at Mississippi State University studying finance, and today I'm going to tell you all about my small business, 505 Curated, which saves the environment through selling vintage clothing. Let me begin by telling y'all about fast fashion and thrift store waste. Fast fashion is clothing that is designed to be worn once or twice and kind of fit in with the trends of today. But after those one or two wears, people will take that clothing and they'll donate it to thrift stores. Since fast fashion has been on the rise, it has started overcrowding thrift stores. This has led to 66% of the clothing donated to thrift stores, just in the US alone, being sent straight to landfills. This equates to 34 billion pounds of clothing getting sent straight to the landfill every single year in the US. And that equates to over 100 pounds per person just in the US. Now that's where my small business, 505 Curated, steps in, saving the environment through selling that vintage clothing. I sell this vintage clothing via pop-up sales, tent sales, and also online as well. I have a target consumer of people between 15 and 35 years old, but I believe that anybody can enjoy this clothing. I have sold at coffee shops locally and Mississippi State associated events, like the biggest free concert in the state of Mississippi, Bulldog Bash, as you can see there in the bottom left, Old Main Music Festival, as you can see in the bottom right, and in the middle is a picture of a rack that I had at a coffee shop. Now, where do I source this clothing? Like I said, I source my clothing from places where it's likely to be donated to a thrift store and end up straight in the landfill. I source my clothing in bulk sometimes from people that are looking to sell maybe their old t-shirt collection that they had back in the 80s of concert t-shirts. I buy stuff from yard sales, estate sales, just anywhere I can find my clothing. A lot of times I'm able to get it for free or very little, but also in bulk because people are looking to get rid of their clothing. Now, what separates my business, 505 Curated? Each item that I have is a one of one. They're all unique and have their own kind of pre-owned mystique about them. And they're on trend but proven styles. As you can see, I'm wearing a t-shirt from the 1988 Olympics. And you don't see too many people walking around every day with a 1988 Olympic shirt on. This creates very high demand for my products. On the screen, you can see an 80s Coke bomber jacket that I sold. I purchased it for $5 and was able to flip it for $50. But since each item is so unique, it kind of creates its own hype surrounding it, and people buy it because they never know if they're going to see it ever again. So I mentioned a little bit about my profitability. I'm able to get my items for very little, typically under $15. And my cheapest item that I sell is typically t-shirts, and the average selling price of a t-shirt is $28, but I've sold many for well over $100. I have very healthy margins and very high demand for my products just because each item truly is a one of one, and you don't see too many people wearing these. Now, how do I see expanding my business and growing it? I mentioned a little bit that I do pop-ups, and I'd like to expand that to different cities outside of Starkville, and some funding would help that. But I'd like to expand and start a website and start doing drops. There's a big barrier to entry to opening up a website, and it would require some time, but a little bit of funding would help with that. And I would do drops maybe once a week, once a month to maintain the limited stock of my items, and people feel like they still have to buy them. So it's almost like a pop-up shop like I've been doing, but online for the masses to purchase from. That's all I have for y'all. Do you have any questions?
So I've got a whole closet for you at home.
So you're the target person that I'd be sourcing from, actually.
Yeah. I take exception to the term vintage. Unless
It's a good thing.
Unless it applies to the wine industry. Now, you're doing the sourcing yourself personally, is that right at this point?
Yes, sir.
So you're doing all of the labor that's necessary to make this business work.
That is correct. Yes,
And
sir.
as you expand, how do you intend to do sourcing? I said, well, obviously, if this takes off, you're not going to be able to do it all yourself.
So what's funny is there are a lot of people who will try and sell clothing, or they might be looking to just get rid of their old clothes. And I'll go through and buy people's whole closets. Someone might be looking to completely turn over everything and start fresh. Or maybe it's an older person that passed away and I'm able to almost inherit their collection that they've collected over their life. But I'm able to get stuff in such high quantities that I really don't have to worry about running out of the items that I have for sale. I actually have more than I can sell currently just because I've had to stock up. I have three pop-up events coming up in the next 2-week time period.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
How do people find you?
So I currently market on Instagram some, and I have a following of over 500 people on Instagram. And then I also, when I do my pop-ups, a lot of word of mouth spread happens, and people also just see me and they have to stop and see what's going on, and they find something they like and they just almost have to buy it. It's like a magnet, and it attracts people.
How do they find you so how do you find people to get products from?
So I source a lot of my products through Facebook Marketplace. Somebody might advertise that they're having an estate sale, or there's also websites that have estate sales. I also frequently travel through the smaller towns between here and Birmingham, which is where I'm originally from, and they do yard sales and different events like that almost every single weekend. And I've gotten to know quite a few of the people there, and I've bought as many as 50 t-shirts from single sellers just in a weekend. And I bought about 10 Marlboro cigarette t-shirts from a lady, and I paid about 50 cents per t-shirt, and I was able to flip every single one of them for $70. So I'm able to come upon some interesting collections.
I think that you have a unique idea here, but you don't have much overhead. It's a lot of labor on your part.
You'd be surprised at how little it actually is. Once
Good.
I've established the connections, I'm able to kind of create my own network, and people know to look for stuff for me. And I've almost got a food web, I guess you could say, of people who give me the clothing or sell it to me for a little bit of a markup.
Right. If you're buying someone's entire closet, shall we say, or estate sale or something like that, what do you do with the items that are not unique and special?
I typically don't buy those. I go through and pick through and hand curate every single item, and I have to make sure that it matches the aesthetic of my brand. But I'm not selling every single product that I come across. I'm very selective about what I pick. It has to be true vintage, and it kind of has to fit the image that I see for my brand. And that's one thing that separates me, I would say. Thank you guys for your time.
All right. Awesome job. 505 Curated. There's still plenty of food up there. If y'all are hungry, please help yourselves. And next up, we have Connect You.
My name is Dylan Scott, and I'm the Director of Business Operations.
And I'm Jack Maloney. I'm Director of Technology.
And we're here to tell you about Connect You, the future of influencer marketing. So what's the problem? Businesses are missing out, specifically small business. Social media marketing has already proven to be the most effective form of marketing today. But influencer marketing can be expensive, with macro influencers costing between $5,000 and $10,000 a post, and micro influencers costing between $500 and $5,000 a post. This just isn't a viable option for smaller businesses, but there's an underutilized group of influencers, nano influencers, specifically college students. And from our research, we found that college students are willing to post promotional content for as low as $25 a post. And there are over 2,000 students here at MSU with over 1,500 followers on Instagram. And there are 33 million small to medium-sized enterprises in the US who could benefit from our product. So, what exactly is Connect You? It's a social networking app that will allow businesses to connect with users in search of short-term brand deals who will post promotional content for pay. Our goal is to help businesses market more effectively while providing marketing experience to our users.
So let's talk about how it works. First, a business will subscribe to our membership at $50 a month. And this membership will allow the businesses to run a profile and post listings in which users will view those listings and apply for them on their page. Now, our listings are going to be the cornerstone of our app, basically. This is where businesses will be able to find the perfect user for any promotional need. First, businesses will write out the requirements for what the user should post, and then the businesses will view all of their applicants and select the right candidate for them. From there, the business will review that user-submitted content and give feedback to ensure that that post is going to be effective. Now, our user base are going to be college students with social media followings, and these college students will act as nano influencers in search of short-term brand deals or gigs. And these promotional posts are going to assist both the business and the user in building their personal brands.
So our sales strategy is to be a cost leader in this industry by taking influencer marketing and offering it at a lower price than it would cost for macro or micro influencers. We want to do this to show businesses the power of digital word of mouth and influencer marketing that they're currently underutilizing, smaller businesses specifically. And our stats show us that people trust recommendations more from people they already know. That's why we're focusing on the nano influencers in these local communities. Think about it this way. If you hear an ad on the radio versus your friend telling you about a new steakhouse where he had the best prime rib of his life, you're going to take your friend's advice more than the radio ad. We want to do this in our 3 launch cities of Starkville, Oxford, and Tuscaloosa.
And on the user side, we look to obtain users by getting users to promote our app by using our app. And so here's a listing that we currently have on our app right now, where we're looking for a college student to post a picture of them on campus wearing a Connect You t-shirt.
Here's a basic breakdown of our financials. It'll be a subscription model where businesses will pay $50 a month to have an active account, which they'll use to post listings that users can apply for at a minimum of $25. There'll be a small fee attached to each listing, and part of those fees go towards paying Stripe Financial, who will handle all of our in-app payments. We aim to acquire 250 subscribers in year one in our 3 launch cities. And if we reach that goal, that would bring us $150,000 off subscriptions alone in our first year.
And so our main competitors right now are other influencer apps such as FameBit and Skeepers, but these apps primarily focus on the micro to macro level of influencer. While at Connect You, we're focused on the 55% of nano influencers out there, and we want to connect them with local businesses. And so what are we going to do better? Well, we're going to offer our businesses the right tools to select the perfect candidate, such as Instagram Insights and user-created media kits. Now, a media kit is essentially a resume for an influencer. Local businesses are also going to be benefiting from local influencer marketing. We're going to have quick turnarounds with how our app is structured for both the user and the business, and this is going to be an overall cost-effective solution.
So in conclusion, what Connect You is here to provide is an opportunity for small businesses to reach a specific target audience with every post they make. And the businesses will be able to find the perfect user for each listing of a future post they're looking to make. Overall, Connect You provides a more cost-effective way for businesses to directly reach their target market while also allowing the users to profit from their outreach. And lastly, I'll leave you with this. The one thing that all these startups here have in common today is they could benefit from this.
Nicely done. How are you guys going to protect yourself from every college and university in the country from doing this within 2 months once you've showed them where the money is? I mean, are you going to move nationally quickly on this?
Oh, yes, sir. We plan to expand. Those are just our 3 launch cities. We plan to run our beta launch this summer and launch where we'll have select businesses on our app, and then we'll have select users on our app. And the beta launch will go throughout the summer, and they'll give us feedback on core features of the app to help us improve where we need to before we launch in the fall. And then we plan to travel to other campuses with merchandise such as hat, koozies, and t-shirts during football season, just pass it out and get our name out there.
I think it's critical with an idea like this that you get out there and dominate the market as fast as you can. But it's a good program. I kind of like it.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
What kind of financing do you need now and in the future?
So right now, the money that we're seeking is purely for marketing, as I'm doing all of the development work on my own, and we've saved about $50,000 from me making the app instead of having it outsourced. And then we're not going to really have any development expenses until we reach a very high user base of about like 200,000 users. Then we'll have a little bit of database cost, but we're seeking to get money so that we can use our app so that people can promote our app by performing listings that we post.
Yeah, right now, most of our money is going towards our marketing budget for the merchandise that I mentioned and to pay influencers to make posts for us.
So to get the small businesses to work with you, what's your plan?
Well, we're offering something that they really don't currently use. That all small businesses today pretty much have a social media marketing budget, but they're not getting anything out of their posts a lot of the times. For example, I'm working for someone right now at my internship who pays a branding company in New York or a marketing company in New York, and some of the posts they make are just ridiculous, and he's never happy with it, and he's not reaching his target customer. Through this, we want to help them at least we want to guarantee that you can reach the people you're trying to reach. Like, they will at least see your posts.
And I can expand upon that. If you're a small business and you're trying to create a social media or be engaged with your local community, it's tough at first because the only people that are going to know about your platform are people that already know about you. And so using our app, you can go to somebody that's already engaged with your community, and they'll be able to promote for you. So it leaves you with not having to do a lot of work.
Superb pitch. Connect you. With that, we are officially halfway through the grand finale. Everybody give it up for TI Therapy. T1 Therapy. Sorry, Taylor, you made me do it.
Good afternoon. I hope that everyone is doing wonderful today. My name is Omari Johnson. I'm a freshman here at Mississippi State. I'm from Atlanta, Georgia, and I major in business administration. Now, the T1 in T1 therapy stands for type 1, as in type 1 diabetes. And T1 therapy is here to show you that living with type 1 diabetes is truly a blessing. Now, for those of you who don't know, type 1 diabetes is an autoimmune disease, which renders the body from being able to produce insulin on its own. Insulin, which is a hormone used by the body to break down natural sugars, is something that must be manually injected into a person with type 1 diabetes in order to keep their blood sugar levels from fluctuating. I've been living with type 1 diabetes for 10 years now. And throughout these years, I have not only learned how to properly manage my condition, but I have also extracted many valuable life lessons. Because of the rigorous self-discipline that it takes to be able to properly manage this condition, I've been able to take those principles and apply them to aspects in my everyday life, making me much more progressive in my craft and making me much more prideful about my condition as a whole. Just over 8 million people worldwide have type 1 diabetes, and many of these people struggle with their condition, whether it be how well they're managing it or how they cope with having it mentally. Luckily, there are some support systems and even camps exclusively dedicated to teaching people with type 1 diabetes proper management and coping skills. Now, although these camps are very limited, with there only being about 40 nationwide, they are amazing places for type 1 diabetics to be. The camp I go to in Atlanta, Georgia, called Camp Kudzu, where I am now a volunteer as a counselor, has educated me, inspired me, and empowered me for many years, teaching me how to become more prideful in my condition and teaching me how to use type 1 diabetes as a leverage rather than letting it burdenize me. Now, these camps, although they are great places to be, they can be relatively expensive, charging up to $1,600 annually just for summer camp sessions alone. Another issue I want to tackle is that many people may have difficulties when it comes to traveling to these camp locations, whether it be because of their distance from them or because of travel and transportation costs. So just because you can't come to camp doesn't mean camp can't come to you. T1 Therapy offers a 100% virtual program with one-on-one appointments and speaking seminars for just $15 a month, or with the option to pay an annual fee of $150. This program can save money and save lives, providing much cheaper and easier access to the same resources provided by these camps that teach type 1 diabetics how to live happily with their condition. This program mainly aims to target poor and underprivileged type 1 diabetics, as well as the people who have difficulties when it comes to traveling to these camp locations and the people who have poor management skills. However, this program is not limited to anyone who may have a type 1 diabetic loved one or any person who wants to learn more about type 1 diabetes in general. To gain a following, I'm planning on starting a social platform where I'll give broad insight to my personal experiences living with type 1, as well as give other people advice on how to live their lives with type 1 diabetes, or just giving regular life advice in general. This program will be for the people who genuinely enjoy these videos and who will be willing to pay to have more in-depth advice to cater to their personal experiences and situations regarding living with this illness. My second step will be to test the waters, acting as a virtual extension of Camp Kudzu, as well as other already established camps and organizations to make my way into the market. Lastly, I aim to endorse this program through endocrinology departments in hospitals where they have mandatory type 1 diabetes education classes for people who have just been diagnosed with this condition. This program has the potential to reach more diabetics than any of these camps combined. I also aim to incorporate keynote speakers such as doctors to come in and give health advice, or even celebrities with type 1 diabetes to come in and tell their stories about how they overcame living with this condition. But the best thing about this program is that it will provide access to these resources year-round, building a strong community of type 1 diabetics and ensuring every last one of its members that their burden is truly a blessing. Once again, my name is Omari Johnson, and thank you all for listening.
I applaud you for doing something like this.
Thank you.
I think it's in trying to reach those different areas. Can't think of my question now. I'm gonna pass it come back.
Yeah, great presentation. So how do we get the word out to folks to know about this? How do they know about this program?
Well, first, my step would to be, giving that broad insight to my personal life experiences, through YouTube and other social media platforms, just telling my story and just giving advice for free. So that way, when I build that following, enough people will be willing to pay for this program if they want, better advice to cater to their personal experiences.
Mhm. Okay. So you're gonna build a following based on your own experiences, and I guess hope that that goes viral somehow, because there are so many type 1 diabetics out there that need to know about this service.
Yes.
So we're looking for a way to shortcut that curve.
Yes. And my shortcut to that would be to, like I said, act as that virtual extension of Camp Kudzu, because Camp Kudzu has helped nearly hundreds of thousands of diabetics, teaching them the same things that this program aims to teach, but except mine will reach more type 1 diabetics because of its scalability.
Mhm. Excellent.
Thank you.
And what exactly is your mission? What are you teaching them?
I'm teaching people with type 1 diabetes to not view their condition as a burden, because, many people struggle very, very hard. It's very hard to manage type 1 diabetes, but I want to teach people how to use it as leverage, applying those principles of management to their everyday aspects, because it takes great self-discipline. And, with self-discipline, you can progress as far as you want. And, no matter what you want to do, with that self-discipline is something that is very much needed. And with type 1 diabetes, it's much easier just to build that, that muscle memory in your head, just to, okay, I have to do this, I have to do that, because, as a diabetic, every time I just want to eat, if I want to take a walk, if I want to do anything, I have to make sure my blood sugar is on point. I have to make sure I have my insulin with me. I have to make sure I have carbohydrates, just in case my blood sugar goes low. Just anytime I'm just leisuring around, walking to class. Even before I gave my presentation, my blood sugar was low, so it's very much a struggle, but I overcame. And this program is dedicated to teaching people just to overcome, not really educating them about what type 1 diabetes is, because you can look that up on Google, you can ask your doctor, you can ask anyone about that, but nobody is able to influence and motivate people to use their condition in the way I do.
So you're almost like a motivational speaker for these people.
Yes, essentially, yes.
How do people find out about Camp Kudzu? From doctors?
Yes. So the way I found out about Camp Kudzu is when I was 9 years old and I was diagnosed with diabetes, they had education classes that, teach us proper management skills, because they just can't just send you home with type 1 diabetes. There's a lot that goes into it. And during those classes, they teach you about Camp Kudzu. And, they send you there, they refer you and give you, more. Yes, they give you, just access to the program. Thank you.
Stupendous presentation, T1 therapy. Up next, we have Study Placer.
Hello, my name is Brandon, and this is Study Placer, a feature of how students will manage their schoolwork. Now, before I begin, I do actually have a demo version of the app on this device. If you want to kind of check it out, poke around, see some of the UI elements and whatnot as I go through my presentation. So what's the problem here? Well, currently, about 78% of students are unhappy with how their current LMS manages their schoolwork. And an LMS, or learning management system, is a service like Google Classroom, Canvas, or Blackboard, and this is how students primarily interact with their coursework, both in class and at home. Now, one of the biggest issues here is that these services, they're really designed to give their students their coursework, but they're not designed to particularly manage it. One of the key examples here is the website version of Canvas doesn't actually have a to-do list where a student can see all of their upcoming assignments in one place without any clutter. And to get this feature, you actually have to download an external plugin. And this one I have represented here, Task for Canvas, has over 500,000 downloads, and Canvas has still not integrated this core feature. So what is Study Placer? Study Placer is an assignment manager for students that integrates directly with their LMS to import and manage all of their assignments. So how does it work? So the student's first going to log into their Study Placer account, and then they're going to log into their LMS account. Here I have the Mississippi State version of Canvas represented, but this is going to work for all schools that have a major LMS. From there, the app is going to automatically import all of the students' assignments into this pending page where they can then swipe on the assignment and pull up this pre-filled edit view. Once again, this is going to be pre-filled with all of their information, all their assignment data straight from their LMS. From there, they can adjust the importance of each assignment and how long that assignment will take to complete before to the home view. Now, this view is divided up by days, and unlike a traditional to-do list where assignments are only really placed on the day that they're due, Study Placer actually places the assignments in the most optimal spot for the student to mitigate procrastination and to better balance their workload. In addition to that, we have some quick stats at the top here, and this represents the student's workload for the day. So here we have 3 assignments worth 30 points that should take roughly an hour and a half to complete. And this combined with this variable accent color means the student can simply pull their phone out of their pocket and know immediately what assignment they need to be working on and what their workload for the day looks like. In addition to that, the user can create custom assignments and vary their workload throughout the week. On the back end, this integrates with the LMSs using a combination of direct API integration and HTML parsing. I'm storing the data both locally on the device and in a Firebase database so the user can access Study Placer on any device. And I'm developing this in Xcode using Swift. So what does the market for this look like? Well, my initial market is just going to be high school and college students in the United States, although there is a much larger market for this product. But that market alone comprises of almost 40 million people. And of those, as I stated earlier on my initial slide, around 78% do not like how their current LMS manages their assignments. 44% already use some sort of external assignment management tool, and 67% said they would give Study Placer a shot after seeing a short demo. Some of the highlight feedback that I got was the automatic organization features, the study EQ, and the direct LMS integration. So what are my competitors? Well, my primary competitors are going to be the first-party LMS apps because this is what people are already using. This is the default solution in the space, and this is what people are used to. It's what they have on their device. But if I can get this level of integration, have the assignments already imported into Study Placer, have this super low barrier to entry while giving people the features that they actually want, I feel like I can take a good chunk of this market. In addition, there are some third-party apps, but these are mainly going to be calendar and notes apps, not specifically targeted towards students, and they're not going to automatically import the data. So you still have to manually transcribe all of your assignment data. And actually, of these that I have listed here, Motion Calendar is the only one that even offers some sort of intelligent placement algorithm, and that costs a minimum of $19 a month. Now, what are my costs? Well, assuming the average student goes through around 7 assignments a day and is in school for 40 weeks a year, this works out to around 0.7 cents per user per month, or to maintain 100,000 active users, about $70 a month. And to recoup this, I plan to offer a $2 a month or $20 a year premium subscription, which means that if I can convert 1 out of every 2,500 customers, I will begin to break even on the product. Some of these premium features could include web page access, customizable notifications, AI-generated importance and time, but this is highly dependent on market research and what the market actually wants. For my marketing, over here on the right, this is a social media account that I started in high school that has almost 100,000 followers, 1.3 million likes, and about 20 million views. So I definitely have a bit of experience in the social media space. And from that, I've actually developed the 6-bucket marketing strategy. It starts with general, cheap, and easy to produce tech content, and slowly develops into more full development content, promotional lifestyle content, general promotional content, and business updates. Here's a quick look at my branding slide. You can see my logos in both full color and monochrome. I have the Study Placer handle on all major social medias, and this is what the app looks like in the context of some other iOS apps. My name is Brandon. This is Study Placer. I hope to have it launched going into the fall 2024 semester. Do you have any questions?
So you said that this is completely integrates with LMS.
Yes.
And how does it know when the most optimal times are for you to do these assignments?
So on one of the slides, so you can actually adjust your workload throughout the week. So the user can say if they want to do a lot of work on Sunday, they're pretty free. They can turn that slider all the way up. If they don't want to do anything on Saturday, they can turn that all the way down. And the model will actually kind of conform to that curve. In addition, you're setting the importance of each assignment and how long that assignment is going to take to complete. There's also some other data that's going to take into account the points of the assignments and quite a few metrics to really place the assignments where it's best for the user. And it's going to work to not place those assignments on the last day that is due. So if you do forget about it and you don't do it, you can actually have a little bit of a buffer there and to once again stave off that procrastination that plagues so many students.
And the rest of us as well.
Of course.
Okay, so this data has to be entered, doesn't it? The various tasks and assignments, the amount of time they expect it to take.
So the only data that has to be entered, so all the assignments are going to be pre-populated, right? This comes straight out of the LMS. The user does not have to enter that data. And that's one of the big selling points of this app. All they have to do is they have to, one slider, how important is the assignment? One scroll wheel, how long is this going to take to complete? And then they push it to the home view. That's all the data they have to enter.
Oh, excellent.
So the user puts in how long it'll take them to do it.
Yeah, that's going to be their best estimation. And then if they work on it or if it's going to take 10 times longer than they thought because, for whatever reason, then they can adjust that at any time and it'll recalculate based on that.
And again, how are you going to market this through social media?
Social media is going to be the primary form of marketing, although I do want to work with learning centers at universities, counselors, and high schools. I think this is a product that from talking to them, from seeing their opinions of this, I think this is something they'd be more than happy to show to a student that is having issues with managing their schoolwork, managing their time properly. And then, I genuinely believe in this product, and I think it is something that, could do good word of mouth as well once the initial release is out.
So are you going after real life endorsements? I used this and was able to complete my assignments on time, or I'm 80% more efficient or whatever.
So as of right now, I'm mainly planning to stay, like I said, in the social media space and then kind of stay close at heart to the educational space, just because I feel like that's where the core market is. And, just from showing people short demos, like I said, a lot of people really like this product. And I think that, they can see themselves using it fairly easily because this is a pretty widespread need. So at the moment, I don't know that that's necessarily the marketing strategy I want to pursue, but I definitely think that is something to consider in the future.
Who is creating this app? Is that you?
So yeah, I'm developing the entire app myself. What you're looking at there is about 60% complete. That pulls data from Firebase. It's not all the way there, but getting there. And
Have
I
you
hope.
created an app in the past?
Yeah, so I have worked on this. I have my certificate in Xcode development through actually Arkansas State University, the program that I did in high school, and I'm also a computer science major with a concentration in AI. So this is kind of in my purview. Thank you.
Excellent pitch, Study Placer. Up next, we have Poseidon's Vault.
Okay. Hello, thank you all for being here today. My name is Tyson McKinnon. I am the owner and founder of Poseidon Vault LLC. So, have you ever gone to a beach and instead of enjoying your time on the water, you're anxiously looking back at your towel to make sure no one has run off with your keys or purse or any personal items like that? Or even worse, your friend or significant other is stuck on guard duty on the sand watching your stuff for you. So, as an adult, we all have to carry our keys, wallet, purse, toys for parents, bags, among other possessions. So it's easy for these items to end up lost or stolen on the beach. It's happened to me. It happens all the time. So today, the best options that we have available are to leave our possessions in a hot vehicle, which is not safe, in lockless, unsupervised lockers that not all beaches have, on or beneath a beach towel, which is also not safe, or under the watchful eye of a friend or family member, which doesn't allow them to enjoy the beach as well. So enter Poseidon's Vaults. So Poseidon's Vaults is a staffed mobile locker rental service that operates conveniently within walking distance of public beaches. We're aiming to eliminate beach theft while allowing the entire family to enjoy their beach vacation. So how it works. Our locker units are going to be parked each morning on public beach parking lots. Patrons approach Poseidon's Vault from the outside. Using their credit card, they can, there's a touch screen that they can use to pay by the hour. And a Poseidon Vault employee is there for added security to assist patrons as needed. And when the patron returns, they are charged for their rental and are able to retrieve their belongings. So the business model. Poseidon Vaults is going to be a seasonal business operating during the beach season, which is around March through September. Patrons are going to be charged an hourly rate. So assuming a $5 per hour hourly rate, that could generate up to $1,200 per day per locker truck. So conservatively, that would be about $400 per day at a 1/3 occupancy rate. So over time, we're looking to offer additional services as well as retail merchandise, such as towels, branded t-shirts, and sunscreen. Additionally, we're going to offer in-locker advertising for local small businesses to kind of keep the beach community all together. So I'm going to be advertising their businesses as well for a small monthly fee. And this should help offset the cost of hiring part-time employees. So looking at a $5 per hour locker revenue, on the Matt's end, that equals about $1,200 a day, which equals about a little over $30,000 a month, adjusting for, if it's raining some days or things like that. So with the monthly ad revenue, assuming we charge local businesses $250 a month to advertise in each locker, that can bring in $5,000 per month, which then could be used to pay our part-time workers. So for the financials, our startup costs are looking at just under $50,000 with estimated revenues of $150,000 to just under $300,000 per year, depending on locker, depending on occupancy rates of the lockers. Okay, so our growth strategy is to double our locker mobile units for the first 4 years. Each year, we'd like to double. So for sales and marketing, we are going to operate where our target market already is. They're already at the beach. Thousands of people go to the beach every day. However, we're not planning to rely solely on that. We're going to employ a marketing mix of both free and paid social media advertising, promotional products, local community influencers, and supporting college athletes through affordably priced name, image, and likeness deals. Additionally, we're looking to forge relationships with local hotels and resorts, as well as engaging with potential customers while they're at the beach. So why is this needed? Simply put, it's the best option that's currently not available. Beaches are not doing this, and entrepreneurs are not doing it either. The internet is full of people asking, how do I stop myself from being stolen at the beach, and offering hats for the very solution that I'm attempting to fix. Poseidon votes is necessary. I have surveyed Mississippi State MBA students, and 66% of respondents have said that they would find a service such as this useful. And a little bit about myself. This company was started in 2022 by me, Tyson McKinnon. I'm a MBA graduate from Mississippi State. I have previous management experience with Sam's Club, Dollar General, and Mississippi State University. I have a bachelor's degree in public relations, and I am looking to begin operations this summer on the Gulf Coast. And with your support, Poseidon can begin protecting our treasures, and I will answer any questions that you have.
Very good. Have you given any thought to liabilities and insurance for the mobile vaults?
Yes, sir. And if you, on our financials slide, liability insurance was incorporated into that. So that's pretty much our first priority is getting insurance.
If somebody goes to the beach, they put it in the vault, and for some reason they don't show up before you guys leave, they have a number they can call and evidently retrieve their goods.
Oh, yes, definitely. My background's in public relations. I take customer service very seriously.
Yeah.
I want people to be able to get their belongings back.
Excellent.
Could you go back to your financials a minute?
Sure, if we can pull that up.
Okay, so your startup cost, is that for just one?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So your startup costs are fairly high, but okay, that was the main thing I want to know. So that was just for one location.
Yes, ma'am.
Scaling it, it's gonna be that for every location.
It's actually not, because some of the costs include marketing, legal, which will scale.
Scale, right?
Um, Tyson, you said you started this business in 2022.
Yes,
What exactly did you start?
I founded the LLC in 2022.
Okay.
I'm still in the growth and research phase as of this moment.
Okay. You've designed this trailer and priced it out with the vaults. Do you know, is that right?
I'm working on the design, but yes, I'm in the process of pricing out. Yes.
Okay. Do you have a manufacturer?
I have not contacted the manufacturer yet, but I have sourced several manufacturers online
All right. Very good.
that specialize in trailer customization.
And how about the parks that aren't public parks, state parks, federal parks? Have you researched how you can get permission to go onto those areas?
Right now, the initial growth strategy is just beaches. I've noticed that no one is really kind of doing that for public beaches. But I'm definitely interested in looking at further expansion opportunities in the future once getting established.
Very good.
So you don't see any, there's no other competition out there?
The competition that's out there, if you go to some beaches, they do have like lockers that are there, but they're kind of open to the elements. You have to bring your own lock, and they just don't seem very safe. So this is a alternative that is staffed, so there's security, added security. Thank you.
Awesome job, Poseidon's Vault. Thank you. And last but not least, our last pitch of the 2024 Startup Summit Grand Finale, MagnaBrite.
All right. People ask us why we sell flashlights as if we've gone and reinvented the wheel. But when we show them what we sell, they wonder how it wasn't thought of before. Good afternoon. My name is Dylan Sutterth.
And I'm Ben Brooks.
And today we're here to tell you about MagnaBrite, a brand new type of light source that's here to revolutionize the way you see your workspace.
Now, if you work with your hands, you know that each type of light source has an application in which it excels. Aside from flashlights, headlamps are handy because they're always pointed where you're facing, and utility lights are great for lighting up your workspace when you're 5 hours into that 10-minute oil change and it's starting to get dark.
But with a flashlight taking up the use of one of your hands, headlamps being restricted to only shining where you're facing rather than physically working, and utility lights often being too bulky to reach the tight spaces you need or just casting massive shadows whenever you go to work, there's a functional gap left.
A gap wide enough that over 50% of users are willing to spend between $100 to $150 on multiple lighting solutions on a quest just to have light where they need it most, where their hands are actually working.
But imagine if you could see your workspace just as well as you can see the back of your own hand.
We said, forget constantly lighting the back of your hand. What if we lit from underneath your hand?
And that's when we created MagnaBrite, the flashlight designed to mount to the bottom of your wrist to perfectly shine light where you're working while you're working. But if you still can't get the right angle or just need a stationary light, simply pop MagnaBrite off your wrist for a compact and sleek magnetic utility light that can finally reach those never-before-seen tight spaces.
However, its versatility is far from limited to just the garage. MagnaBrite shines best in a variety of applications, from hobbies to home repair, and even just your day-to-day activities.
And our team's technical backgrounds have allowed us to develop this idea into a functional and practical prototype from the sketch that it was in less than a year. And while we are a group of longtime friends, we decided to work together on this venture due to our complementary skill sets and shared vision. But what this friendship originated from was simply a shared passion for cars.
And at the end of the day, we're really just a group of car guys who simply want the best tool for the job.
And because of this, we plan to begin our marketing strategy by targeting those that we understand and relate to the most. Car enthusiasts.
But we also understand that if you don't know your way around an engine bay, it can be really hard to shop for that special car enthusiast in your life, which makes MagnaBrite the perfect gift.
And almost 64 million of these car enthusiasts make up around $325 million of the annual flashlight market in the US alone. And while we are aware of the 1% fallacy, we're confident that we can achieve at least a 1% market capture.
This is because our market research shows that over 50% of people see MagnaBrite as very or extremely appealing, and over 70% see MagnaBrite as better than or completely outclassing what they currently use.
And on top of that, almost 30% of people expect to use MagnaBrite every single day in their work, and another 70% said that they'd be likely to purchase it as a gift.
And with these people coming from various walks of life, it gives us just a taste in the market potential in niches that aren't even our own. I mean, we've already had pre-orders from drone pilots, musicians, and even a dentist before we've had a chance to formally advertise.
However, lately we've been making efforts to start advertising MagnaBrite using social and printed medias to drive pre-orders leading up to a Kickstarter campaign.
And as revenue grows, we plan to level up our marketing campaigns, expand our online presence, and attend trade shows, events, and expos to generate in-person and online sales.
And later on, we hope to expand our product accessory line to appeal to our other niches, leveraging influencers and gift guides to drive sales through larger online channels and even regional brick-and-mortar stores.
Lastly, brand and logo licensing, sales partnerships, and strategic packaging will help us further appeal to our niches when we reach national retailers.
However, we believe that by initially targeting the car community through events and expos and using social media and gift guides to reach the gift-giving community, MagnaBrite will be able to begin hitting its other niches on its own. And furthermore, these 4 strategies will ensure we can reach these customers and encourage sales.
And when compared to other light sources on the market, MagnaBrite is the only one that has every desirable selling point thanks to its unique combination of features.
And our financial model shows that at a going selling price of $40, we're working with a gross margin of around 83%. And with your investment, we can outsource the skill sets that we need to ensure a polished Kickstarter page and an effective marketing plan.
But it will also allow us to continue to ensure that our IP is secure before we fully launch and gear up for those hefty tooling costs associated with initial production.
And with the help of the skills we will learn in the upcoming MBA program, we know that our futures can be bright. But with your help, our futures can be MagnaBrite. Thank you.
Thank you.
I knew I'd forget.
Oh, yeah. There it goes.
Just be careful not to shine it in your eyes because it is bright.
You talked about hefty tooling costs.
Yes, ma'am.
You've done an analysis on that, have you?
We've done investigations. We're still waiting to hear back from the leads we have on suppliers to get exact numbers. But as of right now, it's looking like it would be about 18 to 25,000 for the tooling itself. However, our hope is to work with a supplier that's willing to spread that cost over units.
Okay, very good. So you've designed the unit.
Ma'am.
You know what it's going to look like, and this is your prototype. Is this what you expect the final unit to look like?
Not exactly, but very similar. The biggest difference will arise on the side of the, we call it the goozle, because there's honestly lack of a better term for it, but the pivoting light emitter. One thing that we've been facing developmentally is making sure that we design it well enough that the circuit can be cooled there, because if we're putting too much charge through the LED itself in order to have it as bright as we need it to be, it can get hot and then that can increase current draw, run out the battery. He could tell you more about that if you want. But but yes, so that is subject to change. However, that is very similar to what we want, at least the first edition of the product to hit the market.
Okay.
Have you applied for a patent on this?
Yes, ma'am. Provisional.
Provisional patent? I needed one of these a couple of weeks ago when I was trying to put together something.
What were we trying to put together? Market
was-
research.
Cabinets, and I had to
Oh.
get underneath, and it was hard to see.
Hey, sounds perfect.
So you can expand your people that you're selling to a lot bigger market.
We definitely hope to one day. We just don't want to spread ourselves too thin starting out.
Have you given any thought to companies that work at night, such as emergency people and whatnot, and some maybe getting a strategic ally in that area?
So we hope to eventually go into somewhat of the medical field because EMTs, we definitely feel like could benefit with that. However, there's a lot of hurdles faced with getting into anything medical, especially when it comes to actually keeping the device sterile or making it out of some sort of material that is antimicrobial. However, on a similar topic, roads
Bluetooth mode. Bluetooth mode.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. RJ. Appreciate that. Yes. Yeah. Give yourselves a round of applause. This was a fantastic finale. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So without further ado, I'm going to hand the floor over to the judges, and they're going to give some generic feedback to the 8 of you, some things they saw, didn't see, and some encouragement, hopefully, to leave you with. But yeah, regardless of the outcome of this competition, remember all of your ideas are great, okay? And if you're not already involved with us in the East Center, we would love to meet you, love to have your idea in our Venture Catalyst program, and hopefully help propel you forward even more. So, but yeah, I'll quit rambling and hand the mic over to you all.
So first of all, I want to say thanks to everybody. This was really well done. Great presentations. Really unique ideas that address real problems. So, you know, you all deserve an award for that. I mean, just getting this far, you obviously have gone through the motions here, and we appreciate that. Several of the ideas that we were exposed to today were so good and so close. We had a real hard time deliberating between them. So we want you to know that, you know, if you won or came in second or third, I mean, it was just inches. It's like the Olympics, right? You know, a nanosecond or something. So in the final analysis, we had to make our decision on things like, you know, scalability, practicality, you know, competition, and, you know, how much it's going to cost to get off the ground and achieve cash flow. So those were the major drivers in our discussions. Bonnie, would you like to say something?
First of all, I'd like to say that being a young entrepreneur and starting a business, you really have a wonderful foundation with MSU, and you should be very happy with that. But when you get feet on the ground, then you really find out all the other problems that exist in the chosen profession. And a good way of starting off on that is this very competition. You're putting your ideas together, you're doing your research. This is an excellent learning lesson. So you all are winners in that way because you're learning how to present your ideas. In 5 minutes, you must have practiced how to talk that fast, I'm telling you. So wherever you go, when you're learning as an entrepreneur, having this experience is going to benefit you. You had an opportunity, you had to speak in front of people. Might have been the first time you've done that. I don't know. But that's not easy to do. And to get your ideas down to an elevator pitch, that is very difficult because people don't have time to hear your long ideas. They want to know what it's about. What's in it for me? You tell me what's in it for me, then you're going to get my attention. Otherwise, it doesn't matter. So you've got to be quick with your ideas. And having a simple idea that doesn't take a lot of overhead, it doesn't take a lot of management, that is the best way to start any business. I like to think about entrepreneurs more in the sense of being serial entrepreneurs. So this is getting your feet wet with a simple idea so you can go out there and start a business and find out what it's like to be an entrepreneur. So congratulations to all of you because you've really taken a big step here by just participating in this event.
In the essence of time, I'm not going to say much. I will say, having watched this competition for all the years that I watched it every single year, you guys just blew it out of the park this year. I mean, the ideas get better and better and better. The presentations get better every year. It was thrilled to be here today. And you guys all have good ideas. If you don't win or you didn't place, keep doing it. Keep doing it. Come back again next year. present something else. It's the best thing you could do for yourself. But you guys are all winners in my book.
All right. Thank you once again, judges, for your time and dedication to this very difficult decision. But yeah, who do I need to give the mic to hand out our awards, or do I need to do it? I'm happy to, either way. All right. I don't have a script, so I'm just going to pick randomly from the crowd. I could tell a joke. They might fire me. I'm being told that the director of entrepreneurship is now vacant. Mhm.
All right. So how this is gonna work, if we call your name, you'll come up and stand where I am. Big smiles. Our marketing team will take a solo shot of you with your check, and then we'll invite our judges up for a group photo, and then stick around so you can fill out your form and get your money. Okay. All right. We're gonna start with People's Choice Award, which is $500, and that goes to MagnaBrite. I can get my judges. Big smiles. All right, congratulations. We can get a round of applause for MagnaBrite winning People's Choice. All right, next up we have our third place, and that is $1,000, which will be awarded to Connect You. Good job, boys. Big smile. Awesome, congratulations. All right, our next prize is second place, which is valued at $3,000, and that goes to Poseidon's Vaults. Congratulations. All right, in the moment we've all been waiting for, our first place prize of $7,000 is going to go to MagnaBrite. Awesome. If you received a check from us, please come see me and fill out your W-9. But to everyone else, thank you all for being here. We hope y'all had a great time at Startup Summit 2024, and that concludes our competition.